Convoy Crestview is hitting on all cylinders Thursday afternoon, shooting 61% from the field and getting double-figure scoring from 4 players to get to their first Division IV final game. A win today would give Stein Marion Local their second title in 28 years. Plus, they would become only the 3rd team to win both the girls and boys title in the same year. It's a full day of high school basketball excitement, and it starts now only on ONN.
Now, the Ohio News Network and the Ohio High School Athletic Association present March Mania, Ohio's high school basketball championships.
It's Championship Saturday on the Ohio News Network as we bring you all 4 boys high school basketball state championship games live from the Value City Arena here in Columbus. Hello everyone, I'm Douglas Sells. And now with the play-by-play of the Division IV state title game, let's go courtside to Tim Bray and Ronnie Stokes.
All right, thank you very much, Doug. 198 teams started in Division IV. Crestview and Marion Local have survived, and these are 2 teams that are about an hour apart in the western half of Ohio, and they were on their schedules up until 2 years ago. An intriguing matchup here this morning.
Well, absolutely, Tim. Both teams with decisive wins in the semifinal game. They did it with their defense, so it's going to be interesting to see this afternoon which team will win out with their defensive play.
Well, let's talk about Crestview. They have a real workhorse in the middle.
Oh, absolutely. It starts with the big guy, Kory Lichtensteiger. Outstanding game against Wellington. Scored the first 7 points of the game. In fact, that wrecking crew in the front line outscored Wellington 42-40 just in the front line play.
Now, Marion Local is a lot different. They are perimeter oriented, and definitely their guards are the key.
Well, it starts with their backcourt, but, you know, it's just not by one player. It's by committee. But the big guy was Craig Walters. He had an outstanding stat line, the kind that you can take home and frame it and put it on the wall. 5 assists, no turnovers, 4 for 6 from the field, 2 for 2 from the free throw line, 11 points to help his team to victory.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of pressure on Marion Local. Here's a team that won the girls' championship last week, so the pressure's on the boys. Let's go back to Doug.
Thanks a lot, Tim and Ronnie, and we will be back with the Division IV state title game right after this quick timeout. Welcome back to Value City Arena. I'm Douglas Sells. Here's how these 2 Division IV teams got to the state championship game. Convoy Crestview handled Van Buren in the regional final, and then cruised past the Wellington School in Thursday's state semifinal. And second-ranked Marion Local eased by Fort Loramie and then ran away from Elyria Open Door here at Value City Arena to set up this morning's Division IV state championship game. When we return, Tim and Ronnie will have the starting lineups and the opening tip. It's March Mania on ONN, where dreams become championships.
Back at Value City Arena in Columbus, Crestview and Marion Local about to tip off the Division IV game. Here's the Donato's Pizza starting lineups. First for Crestview, and they are led in the middle by the big guy Lichtensteiger, and also they've got a very good guard in Travis Owen and Scott DeLong, and DeLong will be a big key today.
Well, absolutely. And you know, in the game against Wellington, I really thought that they did a nice job inside, outside, and that was really the key to winning that game, pounding the ball inside.
Marion Local will start like this, and Chad Otte is the real quarterback of this group because he was the starting quarterback for the last 2 years on their championship and regional final football team, and Nick Prenger's going to be an important 2 guard.
Well, when you look at this team, there's not just one guy, and you talk about the Otte, he's the guy with the leadership, obviously playing the quarterback position. He knows how to lead his team.
Jeremy Best on the left, just 29 years old, first-year coach. Keith Westrick has been 7 years at Marion Local. And Crestview starts with the basketball first. It'll be a traditional man-to-man or matchup zone for Marion Local, and they'll go in the middle, and the big fella puts it in. Lichtensteiger gets it started.
Starting right where he left off the other day.
Quick 2-0 lead for Crestview. Convoy Crestview, they are about 20-25 minutes northwest of Lima. And the first shot of the game for Maria Stein, Marion Local is no good. And quickly Crestview comes up with it. This should be a good one. These two teams know each other's personnel, and especially when you can put it in like that.
Well, Coach Westbrook talked about stopping Lichtensteiger from getting all that damage in the paint. Not doing a good job here to start this game.
Prenger takes it to the left wing. They will reverse the basketball, or at least try to. That's part of their game plan. And here's the big left-hander in the corner. Shot by Kevin Garman is no good. And the Flyers are the ones that have come out a little soft. They're a little nervous. Crestview, my goodness, their coach was jumping on that gum before the game started. This is a real thrill for them. They are a Cinderella team. Not supposed to be here. And the first foul of the ball game. I believe, no, he's on the end line. Sorry, just on the sideline. And so this Crestview team has had tremendous balance scoring, Ronnie.
Well, they did. In that front line, I have to talk about 17 of 22 in that contest against Wilmington, 77% and from the field. And anytime you can have that type of success inside with your team, that's just an outstanding effort.
DeLong takes it. Purmort in the middle, and DeLong with the runner. Didn't hit iron, and it's out of bounds to the Flyers.
And they're going to continue to apply the pressure against Marion Local, and Marion Local is going to try to force them to take shots like that as well.
James Hood, Don Griffin, and Roger Levy, the officials for this basketball game. 4-0 Crestview, and we're just getting started here in Columbus. Big time day of basketball. First shot inside by Walters, and it's knocked away. And out of bounds to Crestview. So Craig Walters, who has scored over 400 points in his career and averaging 17 points a game and leading Marion Local. That was his first shot of the basketball game.
He ran into some size, and with that inside play, Purmort right there, 6'6".
Steal by Garman. He'll take the three, and it's off the iron. And actually didn't hit much iron. And there's the first foul of the ball game on the rebound, and it will be against Crestview and their big fella.
And Marion Local likes to initiate the action. Inside play, Lichtensteiger trying to defend, but a little bit of contact. That 300 pounds can go a long way.
Luke Lichtensteiger, or I should say Kory Lichtensteiger, somewhere around 3 bills. Well, at least that's what they tell us. He will play basketball at Bowling Green State University. I'm sorry, play football at Bowling Green State University next year. Change in the lineup. First change of the ball game.
That's one thing about those football players. You know, they look at basketball as a conditioning effort to get out there and run, but you know, they're athletes, so they can play both sports very effectively.
A couple of free throws. That's Mick Bollenbacher that came in the ball game, and the pressure has bothered Crestview. It goes back to the Knights and now back over to the Flyers.
They had 28 points off turnovers in their win against Open Door in the semis.
Body out to Bollenbacher, and in the corner it's Prenger for three, and it's Marion Local with the lead for the first time with 5:22 to go.
That's a good looking shot. Basically had to just step and shoot.
Convoy taking about 8 or 10 seconds to get it across the timeline. Fall away, no good by Travis Owens. And Local on the run. Marion Local. And then another one by Prenger is off the heel. Rebound no good. Adi had a chance, and now Convoy on the run. Crestview with DeLong with it in the corner, and he gets it knocked away.
Another turnover, and look, you can see they're initiating the contact again, coming right at him again.
Adi out to Prenger, rims out.
Well, I like this style of play. I would have loved to play for Marion Local. I mean, they get it and go.
The great thing about it is you got 94 feet here. This is a little bigger than a high school gym. Last 4 possessions, we've had 3 turnovers by Crestview.
So that's going to be one of the keys today. See if Marion Local can get Crestview to speed up their offense. Crestview likes to get the set shot from the outside, so Marion Local is going to try to body them and get them to move and shoot on the go.
Adi gets the personal foul and the first team foul charged against Marion Local, so we've had 1 foul apiece. Garman comes in the ball game. And they will flip the ball out to the corner, and it is no good. A shot rimmed out.
And Ortsbaum off the bench really gave him a boost in the semifinals.
Crestview with one three-pointer.
Yeah, both teams a little tight coming out of the gates.
Foul called on a bump.
And you can expect that. I mean, anytime you get to this venue, you have a chance to be a part of history. The nerves can kind of get you a bit.
Jeremy Best certainly has his club fired up, and he's a young man that came in from Delta High School. He's taken over this program and done a tremendous job bringing Crestview to the state finals and the championship game for the first time.
No, Crestview is a team that lost 4 starters last year, so for Coach Best to come in and, you know, their 3rd straight NWC conference championship, that's pretty good.
Another bump, and this time it's Orsbon, his first, team 3rd. Marion Local got off to a real slow start, but they have come back to take the lead. 5-4, it's Marion Local and Crestview. We're just getting started. A full day of March Mania here in Columbus.
I'm Erica Robbins, and I have found the Lichtensteiger family, Deb and Thad, parents of Kory and Luke, both players. And it's a special day for Kory, isn't it, Deb?
Yes, it is. Today's his 18th birthday.
And he's going to BG to play football, but he's had a great start so far today.
Yes, he has. Yeah, it's been a good. He's got the first 4 points out of the shoot. He's got a foul, too, though, so hopefully he can play a little more conservatively and not get in foul trouble.
That's what Crestview's hoping for. Thanks so much, Deb and Thad. Let's go back to Ronnie and Tim at the table.
There's Mama Lichtensteiger. I'm sure she's part of the reason why he's around 300 pounds with some of that great home cooking.
Oh, no question. Nick Prenger will get the throw in. Marion Local with a basketball. 3:37 to play. First quarter. They'll go inside, try the shot. No good, but the rebound, he stayed right with it, and Craig Walters is on the board, and so is Marion Local.
Yeah, quick jumpers. Again, initiating the offensive contact, going inside.
Here's Luke, and he traveled with the basketball. Luke Lichtensteiger, the younger brother of Kory, and Kory's going to check back in, and Luke will check out.
Well, Tim, I talked about what Marion will try to do, speed up the pace of the game. Crestview not accustomed to going down the floor, shooting that quickly. As a result, they had a turnover there.
7-0 run. They've scored the last 7 points, Marion Local, and the Flyers will set it up. Crestview, a little pressure here.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a man press, and they'll pick up about half court. Crestview's had 4 turnovers, and it was in that one flurry. It was back and forth. Local just 2 out of 10. With Crestview shooting the ball a little bit better, 2 field goals apiece. Backdoor cut, and it looked, oh, it was a beauty, but it was a miss. Walters with a rebound, and he'll go to the line.
The little things that count so much. The easy, apparent easy layup there for Marion Local, but they missed the bunny. But there's Walters picking up the pieces. Again, the quick jumping, initiating the contact, will have a chance to go to the line. Here's a different angle here. But here's a guy just wants the basketball. Second offensive rebound here early in this game.
Craig Walters had it right there, and Chad Oddie missed that little lay-in. We'd love to have that back, wouldn't it?
There's that stat line I was talking about. He can frame that when, you know, you go back and you look at that game. You know, he helped his team in so many different areas. Rebounding, assists, didn't have a single turnover, and that's outstanding play.
Adam Schaffner comes back in for Crestview. Adam Kramer in for the first time for Marion Local. Big rebound for Marion Local. A shot, though, that won't fall for Kevin Garman. Walters gets 1 out of 2, and it's 8-4. The Flyers have doubled up the Knights.
Yeah, Lichtensteiger's going to need some help from DeLong inside rebounding, because you can see Marion Local is definitely crashing the glass.
He had 5 offensive rebounds already here in this first quarter. DeLong with it. Looks like a big-time matchup here. More matchup than zone. Here's the quick 3. It's no good. Travis Owen, and he'll get it back. Foul line jumper. This time it goes.
A good hustle play. A shot on the move inside that matchup zone against Marion. But the reason why they were able to get freed up, it came out of a missed shot.
2 minutes to go. 8-6 Marion Local with the lead in the basketball here early in Columbus in the Division 4 game. Walters cut across the lane. The ball stolen away. Schaffner on the run. It's loose. Picked up by Walters again. We'll go back the other way. 2-on-2. Prenger with the 15-footer. Counted off the window.
Yeah, I love the play there by Prenger. He saw that Lichtensteiger was right there near the basket, so he did the wise thing. He pulls up and banks it off the glass.
4-point game. DeLong with it on the wing. Travis Owen backing in on Kramer. DeLong thought about the three. Marion Local capitalizing on those turnovers.
Yeah, I mentioned that 28 in the semis off turnovers.
Shot is no good by Lichtensteiger, and a foul on the rebound. We'll go back down to the other end of the floor with the first foul on Crestview here in this sequence.
Well, clearly he has the advantage with the physicalness, but there's not just one player that Lichtensteiger is going to have to be. It's going to be by committee. There's 2 or 3 white shirts in that lane, and he's just going to have to continue to work for everything he's going to get today.
Jordan Netterman picks up the personal foul. That's a 4th team foul now on the Knights. They come in 23-3, ranked 17th in the state. Marion Local, the number 2 ranked team in the state. Tiff and Calvert was the top team. They got knocked out early. Garman out on the wing. The left-hander going to try to take it in the lane. Good dribble drive.
And when in doubt, goes one-on-one with a nice spin move in the middle of the lane. That's a nifty move.
61 seconds to play first quarter. Once again, Marion has a 6-point lead. Owen got a bump, and the foul's called on Adam Kramer, his first.
A lot of pressure on the ball. Again, they want to get Crestview out of their offense, and Crestview will continue to pound the ball inside. That's where their success will lie.
Keith Westrick is 114-46 in 7 years at Marion Local. First trip to the state championship game for him. Travis Owens with it. Crestview's in red, and in white is Marion Local. Coming down to the last few seconds here of this first quarter. DeLong sets up, missed the shot. The rebound is battled for, and let's see, what did he call? It is out of bounds, and it'll be Marion Local's basketball. The Flyers will get more than likely the last shot here of the first quarter.
Coach Best talked about the defense of Marion. It appears that at times there's 8 or 9 guys out on the floor because they help and recover so much.
Purmort was all over the glass, but he touched it last. 22 seconds and counting. I figure it's either going to be Garman or maybe Prenger here. Garman's got it now.
Yeah, the smart thing is to try to be the team with taking the last shot. Now, at this point, you want to initiate your offense right now. You need to attack.
5 seconds left. There's the long one by Kramer off the iron, and that will do it in the first quarter. So Marion Local started slow, but they have come up with a couple of big hoops, and they lead after 1 quarter of play, 12-6 over Crestview in the Division IV championship game.
Here in Ohio, Friday night means high school sports, and ONN is the site. Every Friday night at 11:30, ONN has your only complete statewide wrap-up of high school sports on High School Sports Site Friday night. Get all the scores, all the news, and all the action live. In Ohio, Friday night means high school sports site. Don't miss it Fridays at 11:30 p.m. And catch the rebroadcast Saturday morning at 6:30 and 9:30 only on ONN, Ohio's channel for high school sports.
The Ohio High School Athletic Association Basketball Championships are brought to you by Grange Insurance, by the Ohio Education Association, and by Columbus State Community College. Get set for the second quarter of action. The Flyers and the Knights here. Marion Local and Crestview. Crestview missed six of their first or last 7 field goals. They started 2-2, so the pressure, maybe a little different defense by Marion Local there at the end of the first quarter.
Well, Crestview had a fairly slow start against Wellington, but then in the next 2 quarters, they outscored Wellington 42-17. Marion, on the other hand, outscored Open Door 19-5 in that first quarter.
The runner is no good by Kevin Carmen, and the ball is on the floor and finally picked up by Crestview. Travis Owen going baseline. Feeds in the middle. Boy, good eyes, great vision, and Purmort gets his first.
That's where they're going to have success. They had an outstanding game against Wellington, 17-22 in the front lines. I talked about in the open so far. That's just 3 of 5. So Marion Local is doing a better job to deny the frontline players of Crestview.
4-point game, good defense. Walters is really bottled up on that side. He'll get it back and put it in.
And an awkward shot there, going to the basket on the right side, and some contact, but he was able to prevail and score the basket.
5 for Walters. 14-8, Marion Local. Travis Owen running the point for the Knights of Crestview.
Yeah, I like the way they get after it defensively, Marion Local.
Zone defense by the Flyers. They'll pound it inside. Boy, nice turnaround by Lichtensteiger. He has 6.
Now, I don't care how active you are. It's tough to guard a guy with that type of spin move. As we talked about 300 pounds, a nice spin move in the middle of the lane.
I love his feet. I mean, he can really move his feet. Doesn't even look like he's got socks on. Kramer inside. The ball knocked away and picked out of there by Travis Owens.
You can see the field goal shooting there, the difference between both teams.
Good job by Owens to draw the foul. Chad Oddie with his first.
The aggressive defense, pressure on the ball. Owens doing a pretty good job denying the defender from getting to the basketball, and that's what you got to do. You got to keep that left arm out there, not too much, because you can be called for the offensive foul, but you have to protect that basketball.
Nick Bolenbacher comes into the basketball game, replacing Chad Oddie. Oddie has 2 personal fouls, 3 team fouls on Marion Local, set up in a 2-3 zone.
Kind of like a prize fight. You know, both teams are kind of filling themselves out in the first quarter.
Bump inside. Lichtensteiger draws a 4th team foul charged against Marion Local.
Pound the ball inside, because you're going to make Marion Local decide what they're going to do with Lichtensteiger. If they're going to put 2 or 3 guys on him, at that point you can kick it back out for the open 3.
I've always found that it doesn't matter how many guys you put on it. You just want to draw fouls. I mean, you may draw 10 fouls from that position during the course of the game.
And that's a shot that Purmort could get, because it's right there in the middle of the lane at the top of the key.
Oh, good feed, but it's a big-time block. Oh, where did he come from? I'll tell you what, Craig Walters didn't know where Lichtensteiger was, but he knew what happened with the basketball. Swatted out of there. And a drive, a dribble drive, and a foul called.
Gurman tried to get over there, but you can see, here's the block play. Big guy comes over, elevation, putting it back in the face.
Garman picks up the personal foul, Kevin Garman.
It's an active big guy. You know, you talk about 300 pounds, but he get off the floor a little bit.
Evan Purmort at the free throw line, averaging 8.8 a game. First trip there actually this morning. We still are in morning.
Well, see, I think that play was there the entire afternoon. You talk about him getting it right at the top of the key. And Gurman it was Purmort that time going to the basket. Gurman tried to draw the charge, but he was clearly moving on the play. Good call by the official.
Purmort gets a second of 2, so give him 3 points in the basketball game. And it's a 3-point game. 5:45 to play in the first half. Man-to-man, straight man for Crestview. They used to change it up an awful lot, but Gary Best has gone straight man pretty much the entire year. Springer with the 3 ball. It is no good. Rebounded DeLong, and he will clear it out of there.
Quick hands by Marion Local, but you know, Crestview allow them to take that long 3-point shot all day long.
Purmort running right there at the foul line, and he got hacked on the arm as he drove down the left side of the lane, and it'll be a personal on Nick Prenger. 16th foul now charged against the Flyers.
Yeah, Purmort is becoming more and more active, as I stated, getting the ball right there at the top of the key, driving down the middle of the lane, forcing Marion Local to make a decision to defend.
Purmort gets the middle of the lane again and puts it in.
He's found a weak spot in that defense of Marion Local.
Found a seam, and the Crestview fans on their feet 5 minutes ago here in this first half. 1-point basketball game.
See if Marion will settle for that long range. Just a careless pass there.
Schwederman just did not get anything on it.
Telegraphed it. I mean, you're looking right where you want to throw the ball, allowing Crestview to get that easy pickoff.
Owens with the 3 ball. DeLong went high, and he is fouled. And it'll be Scott Garman who picks up the personal, I think. Yes.
Yeah, Crestview starting to assert themselves with their size and their length, going for this long rebound after the shot by Owens. As you can see, over everyone. Division IV, guys getting off the floor, going for those rebounds.
Gotta love that. So it's DeLong at the free throw line. By the way, Garmin with a personal foul. That is his first 17th foul now for Marion Local. And a bonus situation as Crestview's at the line for the 1-on-1. Count it. You're talking about Scott Garmin. He's one of 4 football players on Marion Local's team, and they were in the regional final last year.
The tough thing about that is guys coming in late in the year, recovering from little nagging injuries, and then the chemistry issue. Trying to get in the flow of what the existing players are trying to get done.
6-0 run now by Crestview. And I mean, you think about it, they won the state championship, Marion Local, in Division 6 a year ago. And now they had to come in here and get some football players to play a little basketball, and that's one of them right there, 44, Scott Garmin. Kramer in the lane with a jump stop. Boy, he had to get it out of there. Pranger's the 3-ball, no good, and the rebound cleared out of there by Purmort. Boy, he has really started to play here in the second quarter.
Yeah, Marion still continuing to rely on that outside shot, forgetting about the inside game.
And the personal foul is on Bolenbacher, his second.
And you look at this Division IV level, Marion Local 115 boys enrolled, and you look at Crestview at 109. So a lot of times you'll have guys that will play both sports, football and basketball.
A lot of these guys on both of these teams have done that, and Crestview's right back to the line. First appearance since 1971 for this Knights team. Couple changes as Schillendecker goes out of the basketball game and Schaffner checks back in. So that's DeLong at the free throw line. Scott DeLong, and he's 2 for 3.
That front line was so impressive in that game against Wellington. I was just amazed with the way they continue to have success time and time again by getting the ball inside. And DeLong and Purmort is trying to do it a little bit further from the basket.
Well, the second was no good, but Crestview takes a 1-point lead. Purmort picks up the personal foul on the rebound, and that is the 15th foul now on the Knights. Crestview hasn't had much success outside, and Marion Local not much either.
Yeah, Goose said go for 4, and the other team 1 of 8. So
Garmin takes it inside, draws a second personal foul on Evan Purmort.
See, Tim, that's the thing I'm talking about. Take the ball inside. The last 3 or 4 possessions are jacking up 3-point shots, and as a defensive team, that's what you want. You can go the other way, but he's taking the ball inside on there, drawing contact. Scott Garmin.
Purmort got 2 fouls within about 10 seconds. 1 at the defensive end, and 1 at the offensive end. Garmin missed the first, and he'll get 1 more.
And he's only a 23% free throw shooter, so has struggled from the line this year.
Netterman checks out of into the basketball game, and the second free throw no good. And Lichtensteiger comes up with a rebound. Loopy was right there. That is his 5th board already.
It's just like flicking off a flea. I mean, that guy just bounced off of Lichtensteiger.
Avasolan up top, and Crestview with the lead, but they turn it over with a bad pass.
Netterman just had to settle down. The pass was there.
So this Crestview Knights team has come up with a big move, and they are leading by a point here in the second quarter.
Hi, America Robbins. Welcome back to State Championship Basketball live on ONN. Marion Local has a boys championship, possible state championship team on the floor, but the girls won it just last weekend, and these are them. Cheer, girls. Yeah, these are the state champions, and there were 3 Moeller girls on the state champion girls basketball team. There's Russ Moeller on the boys roster. Margot Moeller, you're a senior on that championship team. Has it all sunk in yet?
No, I don't think it'll hit us until a couple weeks after the guys are back, and hopefully they play well and they can bring it home too.
It would be really cool to have 2 state champions at Marion Local this year. We'll see if they can do it. Let's go back to Ronnie and Tim at the table.
She hasn't taken off her uniform, has she? She's loving it.
Well, here, you know, rooting the boys on. That's what it's all about. You know, they want to see the success with the boys like they had a week ago, but could be, they can do it. The 3rd team in the history, the boys and girls winning the state championship all in the same year.
Boy, I'll tell you, Marion Local has gone into the tank as far as scoring points. They haven't scored in 3 minutes and 41 seconds.
Well, a combination of taking long-range shots and missing free throws, and that's why they have the goose egg here in the last couple of minutes, being outscored 10-2 here in the second quarter. I stated that Crestview was a slow starter in the semifinal game, but they're starting to find their rhythm here in this game.
Adam Schaffner at the free throw line, averaging 4.5 a game, hits 1 out of 2. And Marion Local comes down with a rebound. They need to find the range, and they try to go in the middle to Garman, and Scott Garman gets it knocked away. Owens looking inside, finds his target, but it was knocked away. Good hands by the Flyers. And so here's Prenger. Looks baseline, and a foul called as Craig Walters received the pass.
Well, see, the last deflection was because of the convergence of the Marion Local defensive team. Coach Best talked about that was one of his concerns, and they can really react to passes. The pass was open there for 1 second, but once he made the look inside, Marion Local was there to deflect the ball away.
Change in the lineup as Kevin Garman checks in. Flyers will have Kory sitting down. Jeremy Best got his team rolling here. And we are...
Stop the drought.
Still don't have a field goal on this quarter.
When you think about Marion Local, they had such an ease of time getting baskets in that semifinal game because of all the points off turnovers. They're going to have to work and get things in a half-court set.
Tie ball game. First time since we were early on. 2:44 to play here in this first half. Division IV championship game. We'll go 3-2-1 before it's all over today here at Value City Arena in Columbus. Bad pass picked up by Scott Garman. Prenger thought about throwing it the length of the floor. He does throw a half-court pass. Now into the corner. The 3 ball is no good by Chad Oddie. They just cannot find the rhythm from outside, and the Flyers aren't flying very well.
Ice cold here in the second quarter.
16 apiece. Lichtensteiger on the high post, and now the corner jump shot is no good. Williman had it on the rim, but he couldn't find the hole.
Yeah, the crowd wanted the turnover. The double dribble by Lichtensteiger as he tried to make the pass in the corner. Long range shot. 2 Crestview players right there going for the rebound.
Congratulations to Marion Local as the young lady that led them to the championship in girls. Bounce pass inside, a foul called over the back is Jordan Netterman, and that'll send Kevin Garman to the free throw line for the Flyers.
And I think Crestview is baiting Marion Local to take outside shots. That time Marion Local trying to get the ball inside, drawing contact, but Crestview, the way that Marion's shooting the ball, you want him to shoot 3-pointers.
Crestview is putting him in the free throw. Oh, big steal by Walters. Out to Prenger, he takes it to the rack, no good. Rebound in the hands of the Flyers, and it's in! Bollenbacher gets the hoop and the foul.
That could be on Lichtensteiger.
Wow, what an athletic move by Mick Bollenbacher. He got it on the glass.
Second and third efforts. And that shot right there came after a couple rebounds, offensive rebounds. And anytime you give a team 2 and 3 opportunities, sooner or later, you're going to get burned.
The conventional 3-point play. 19-16, Marion takes the lead again. Second lead change here in this quarter. Travis Owen double teamed and a foul called, and it will be against Nick Prenger.
Owen's going to have to be careful because the way that Marion Local will play defense, they're going to help. Once you turn your back, you could be a sitting duck. You can see he turns his back right now. Look at the conversion. Right there, trying to go for the steal. Just a second too late. Could have been a steal going the other way.
Almost an offensive foul. Kept his feet.
Yeah, he's trying to protect that basketball.
Travis Owens. You'll see all of these Crestview guys right around 7, 8, 9 points a game. That's what they like it. I mean, they've got so much balance, and it's been that way all season long.
Done by committee. Kory Lichtensteiger, the only player that's averaging double figures.
He's got 2 fouls.
He picked up his second last time. He's going to have to go to the bench. But then that's where the fact that you have 4 or 5 different guys averaging right around 7 or 8 points someone else can step up and help win games.
Travis Owens now with 4. A 1-point game. Flyers with a basketball, and they have the lead here in this Division IV game.
Yeah, Coach Best talked about it. There's the defense. Points off turnovers. What an advantage, 13-1.
Almost a double team. Ollenbacher had to get rid of it.
And Coach Best also talked about different guys the entire year. That's been the key. Players stepping up at opportune times to make plays, and they're going to have to do it with Lichtensteiger on the bench.
Garmin takes it to the rack. They're going to count that basket, and there's a whistle and a foul.
An and one. Some could say that's an NBA continuation, but we'll have a chance to look at it again. Nice penetrating move. He's in the act of shooting. A good call by the official.
Ederman has had 3 personal fouls now, and he will have to check out of the basketball game. Kevin Garmin will check out as well as his brother or cousin Scott comes in. They are not brothers, they are cousins. And that was a tremendous play by Kevin Garmin. He, being left-handed, helped him out a little bit.
This is a key last minute here for Crestview. They had to lead and kind of giving it away back to Marion Local.
Remember, we were tied at 16 apiece, and now it's a 4-point lead and a turnover. It's been physical inside. Lichtensteiger has been a force.
Well, the Midwest Athletic Conference that Marion Local plays in, some could say is somewhat like the Big Ten. Very physical conference, and that kind of prepares you for any kind of game that you'll come in and face. But a lot of contact, as we just saw, their bodies are banging, falling to the floor, but it's a championship game. That's the way it should be.
6 out of the last 8 points scored by Marion Local coming down the stretch. 30 seconds to play. First half. Kevin Garmin with a basketball. It appeared that he wanted to take that same move down to the lane. He bobbled it a little bit, and he'll go back to the free throw line, and he drew the foul on DeLong. But it looked to me like he had that lane open again, and he goes to his left very well.
And Coach Best is not happy with that foul. You know, 26 seconds on the second quarter game clock, and we'll send him to the line for 2 free throws.
Dances, falls away. 5 for Garmin today. He had 10 points, 5 rebounds in the semifinals.
What a chance here by Coach Best, bringing in Lichtensteiger with 2 fouls back into the game.
26.9, and Garmin hits 1 out of 2. He has 6 in the basketball game, and it's an offensive-defensive substitution because Kevin Garmin checks out, and Scott comes back in. Scott Garmin. 2-2-1 zone press. Owen has to get rid of it. Boy, this is an outstanding strategical move by Marion Local. 14 seconds. They ate up so much clock. Now 10. 23-18. Marion Local with a lead. Now 6. DeLong fires the 3. It will be good if it goes. It is not. The rebound is waved off, and that is the end of the second quarter and the first half. Marion Local 23, Kory Crestview 18. Convoy Crestview had it tied at 16 apiece, but Marion Local very good down the stretch. And now, well, let's check it with Erica Robbins. Erica?
Thanks, Tim. I have head coach Keith Westrick. You have to be happy with the first half of play, Coach.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with the way we attacked. I think we need to be able to run our offense better. They're putting a lot of body on us as we're trying to run our offense, trying to keep us out of it, especially on 21 on Walters. Their philosophy is they're just going to shove him around. He's got to be able to operate with that. We got to be able to keep our composure and play in that environment, which we have done all year. So they just have to know, keep your composure, play the offense the way it needs to be. We have to get stronger on the boards. We've done a decent job on the boards. They got some very big bodies in there, and we got to continue to do so or even tough it up even more.
Okay. Westrick and the Marion Local Flyers try and handle the pressure of Crestview for the second half of play. We'll take it to a short break and be back. We're live at Value City Arena with March Mania only on ONN.
How can you know you're safe from a storm? Where can you get the latest forecast for your Ohio town anytime? ONN is Ohio's only local source for weather updates every 10 minutes, every day. And only ONN has Ohio DopplerNet. DopplerNet combines the most powerful radar sites in Ohio with the most sophisticated forecast technology to predict severe weather down to the street, down to the minute. Know you're safe with Ohio's most advanced and most convenient local weather forecast. DopplerNet weather on the 10s, only on ONN.
Crestview head coach Jeremy Best, it was close most of the first 2 quarters of play, but now you're down by 5 after the halftime. What changes did you make in the locker room?
We need to come out and do a better job defensively of finding guys in transition, finding guys on the offensive glass, and somehow keep finding a way to try to crack their zone, because it seems like there's about 10 of their guys out there, and we need to keep executing better offensively.
But you're going to stay man-to-man like you always have.
We're planning on staying man-to-man, and hopefully that'll pull us through and we'll be able to get a run here in the second half.
Okay, head coach Jeremy Best heads to the Crestview bench. We'll head back to the table to Tim Bray and Ronnie Stokes.
All right, thank you very much, Erica. And he said it best. I mean, they had the run at the end of that first half. And let's take a look at some of those highlights in the first half. And, boy, the big guy inside has done a good job, Ronnie.
Well, that's the key to their game, getting the ball inside, pounding it, just riding that train, getting on the back and climbing aboard and just taking him to the, allowing you to take him to the championship. And here, Walters coming right back for Marion Local. Just second effort there, getting that rebound. And here's another play. Nice pass inside and finish off the glass. And that's in transition, and then also a lot of confusion inside. So for him to be able to finish like that was a nice play by Walter.
Take a look at the first half stats, and Marion Local did not shoot the ball very well at all.
Well, they did. They come into this game 34% from beyond the arc for the year, just 1 of 10 in the first half, but they finished both quarters on a run. The first quarter they finished 7-2. Second quarter they finished on a 9-2 run. So it's all about how you finish quarters to kind of get you going into the next quarter.
Well, it's 4 increments, and that's the difference. If you can win all the increments, then by golly, you may take that trophy.
The 10 turnovers is a key, too, for Crestview. That was one of the keys coming in, holding those turnovers down. Marion had a lot of success in the semifinal game by getting points off turnovers.
Same starters for the second half. Crestview with a basketball to start, and they'll go inside to Lichtensteiger, and he has got a patent on that move.
If you're a guard, that has got to be one of your first options within your offense is look inside to Lichtensteiger. Good hands for a big guy.
Good hands and pretty decent feet, too. This is Marion Local's first possession of the second half. A little jump stop, and there's Carmen off the glass, and Kevin Garman gets his first basket of the second half, and it is a 5-point game again, 25-20.
It had 18 points in the regional finals to help his team to get here in Columbus. That's a nice left-hand move off the glass.
Williman going baseline. Inside Purmort, didn't lose or lost control. Finds the right hand, no. Lichtensteiger tips it again, and who's got it? Out of bounds, or will he call a foul?
Look at the big guy getting after the ball.
Sure.
Like he's chasing down a fumble or something. I mean, he wanted that one. Here's a nice bounce pass. Quick hands again by Marion. Second effort there by Purmort. Look at the hustle by Lichtensteiger.
And Lichtensteiger gets it on the glass again, and the right hand goes up and the fist in the air as he will go to the line to try to complete a 3-point play.
Now, leadership can be done by talking, but it's also can be done by getting it done. And this is what Lichtensteiger has displayed today. He scored the first 7 points in the game against Wellington and kind of got his team going. And you can see he's come out here in this third quarter determined to turn the game around.
Luke Lichtensteiger with 11 points now. Changing the lineup. Mollenbacher checks in, and checking out is Jay Schwederman for Marion Local. So now we've got a 2-point game after the 3-point play, the old-fashioned way. And that's a kind of a throwback kind of player, too. Luke Lichtensteiger, big, powerful player in the paint.
Oh, very simple. Throw it in there and let him go to work.
Garman's going to work. He puts it on the rim and misses it. DeLong with a rebound for Crestview. They can tie on this possession. Schwederman looking for the big fellow inside. Boy, he really wants to get it to him, and he walked with the basketball, changed the pivot feet. Yes, he did, and it'll go back to Marion Local.
Well, part of getting the ball inside, you have to make the defense work. They kept the ball on the left side of the floor, basically all Marion Local had to do is stay put and play defense. You have to rotate that ball around the horn, allow Lichtensteiger to move within the lane and get open.
First turnover of the second half, about 11 for the game. Pranger looks for Walters, who's posting up. Schwederman's on him. That should be a good situation, and they'll try for it here on the right side. And they'll draw a foul. Walters working hard. I thought that they would try to take advantage of the situation that they had with Adam Schaffner.
Well, he's 6'1". Walters going with the reverse pivot. I mean, he made his initial move going to his left, and watch the drop step. Nice drawing. You know, that's just having a feel for the game, Tim. You know, you go in, you kind of create something, not really knowing what you're going to do once you get in there. He's a playmaker.
Greg Walters had 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists in the semifinal. And that is Adam Schaffner checking out of the ball game. Real defensive specialist. He's trying to take Greg Walters out of the ball game, and so far he hasn't been able to do that because Walters has 11 points to lead Marion Local, who comes up with a couple there, and they're out to a 4-point lead.
Well, Walters averages right around 17 points a game for the year.
And a big steal. Craig with the basketball. Walters by himself.
Prized possessions. Owens got to do a better job taking care of the basketball. Really, that turnover was unforced. Just dribbled and lost control of the ball.
Timeout wanted. Crestview is going to think about it after that steal, and that is a 30-second timeout. 17,346 here in the first session of the day, the Division IV championship game here at Value City Arena. Well, you certainly know that both of these teams have done a good job defensively, but Keith Westrick believes it all starts with defense.
We like to think that everything starts with defense, so we have to stress that. And I tell my kids, when things aren't going well, your defense will get you back in the ball game. You can weather a bad shooting night if you play defense, and your offense will get motivated with your defense.
Yeah, he talked about defense, but defense is an attitude, and it's something that's contagious. It's not just one guy out there playing it, Tim. It's 5 guys, and it's all being on the same page, getting into the passing lane. And we all know you win championships with defense, and that's why they're here today playing for the championship.
And they put that press on once again. Looks like a 2-2-1 zone. Crestview will break the press, not too much trouble. Osborne back in there. Osborne has done a pretty good job over the year. He's been their 6th man. And off the window. Travis Owens took it right down the drain pipe and knocks it home.
A nice move. And again, utilizing the reverse dribble. I think Garmin would have been a better served to probably try to take a charge instead of blocking that shot. It appeared to have good position there. Could have taken a charge, but he elected to try to block the shot, and Owens will have a chance for a 3-point play.
Second team foul on Marion Local of the second half. 3-point play opportunity by Travis Owens.
And they're back. We're at 6 assists in the game against Wellington, the semis. So he's a key element to this team to cut down the turnovers.
Travis Owens misses the chance for the conventional old-fashioned 3-point play. By the way, Kevin Garber with 3 personal fouls. And Walters has a lane. Elementary. Ronnie, how many times has a coach told you, don't give him the baseline?
Well, sometimes it can be easier said than done, but I love the quickness by Walters. He received the pass on the left side, and then quickly to the glass and drawing the contact. But no, you're right, Tim. You got to take away that baseline because you really allow the offensive player to have his way if you're allowing that pass.
We talked about it in the first half. Walters just seems like he draws fouls, and so far in the basketball game, he has drawn 4 personal fouls.
Well, some players have a way with themselves in terms of getting inside and being able to draw the body contact, and Walters has done a pretty good job of that here today.
15 points for him, 2 under his average, but we got plenty of basketball to go. 31-25, Marion Local.
You know, the fact he shoots 73% from the free throw line doesn't hurt.
Push in the back, and Kramer picks up the personal foul. Adam Kramer on the dribble drive by Levi Orsbaugh.
This is an easy call to make here for the official. You know, Kramer coming from the back. Kramer, I should say, coming from the back, just pushing.
Team foul number 3. Ball is loose. Scramble, possession arrow goes to Marion Local.
There's a quick hands again by Marion Local. A pass that appears to be there is not there because they continue to take it away, Tim.
Crestview had a 9-2 run to tighten it up at the end of the first half, and now Marion Local is out with an 8-5 run.
Well, Crestview's going to have to guard against that because, as we stated, Tim, they allowed Marion Local to have their runs at the end of the first and second quarter.
Ooh, hold on. That's going to go against, I believe, Crestview. Hold on.
Oh, that's DeLong.
No, it is.
DeLong that's his man setting the screen, so he has got to communicate. Here, right there, DeLong should be screaming to his teammate Owens. There's a screen being set. You have to get there and communicate to your teammates.
Screen, screen, screen. It's easy.
You get your head knocked off if your teammate doesn't call.
Especially if you run into Lichtensteiger. He'll be an offensive lineman up for the Falcons next year, but he can move his feet a little bit. Here's Kramer. Counted for 3.
From outside. Got those feet set. Good looking form.
Second one of the day for Marion Local from behind the arc. Biggest lead of the basketball game. DeLong off to Lichtensteiger. Missed it. Tip. Oh, right on the glass is Orsman.
Yeah, that's a key play for them. You can feel the momentum starting to swing in Marion Local's way. They needed something to kind of stop that.
Now the biggest lead came at about the 4:10 mark, and here's Walters on the baseline, gets it back, and count it.
Yeah, Lichtensteiger in the back of his mind, he doesn't want to pick up his third foul, kind of backed away defensively.
17 for Craig Walters.
And the same thing happened again, not calling the screen there. Crestview almost was called for the defensive foul again, running over the screener.
Orsman going baseline. Didn't find any opening at all to throw that ball up there. 36-27 Marion Local running their kind of game, and along with a versatile foul for Crestview.
Now that's one way to stop a team in transition. Try to nullify that second pass up the court, but DeLong just got too much arm.
Marion Local out quickly here in this third quarter. 3:33 to play in the third. We'll be back in a moment on ONN.
Hi, I'm Erica Robbins, and we are live at the Division IV State Championship boys basketball game. And when you say Convoy Crestview boys basketball, you think of the Etzler family. I have Ray and Doug Etzler. Ray, you were a coach for almost 3 decades at Crestview. You have to be happy with Jeremy Best and how the program is now.
Well, he's got a bunch of kids that bought into what he wanted as a first-year coach, and that's pretty difficult. Jeremy's done an excellent job with getting those kids to do what he wants to do, and they're playing fine right now. They're still within striking range, so we don't want to give up on them yet.
And you're a Hall of Fame coach that had the pleasure of coaching your son, Doug, in high school at Crestview. Doug, you came to Ohio State, played for Randy Ayers. Everybody wants to know what you're doing now.
I moved from the Lima area down to Grove City this past year, and I am now working in sales for QSP, helping schools raise money for the kids.
Okay, so you can see Doug Etzler around Columbus. Ray, still in Northwest Ohio. We'll take you back to the game. Let's go courtside to Tim Bright and Ronnie Stokes.
All right, I'll tell you what, he looks like he could go a little one-on-one with you, Ronnie.
Well, I had the pleasure of watching Doug as a Buck. He had 37 points in the game against George Mason back in 1995. Had 8 3-pointers in that game, so Doug can fill it up.
But you can take him on the baseline, right?
Maybe.
Oh, elevating it in the lane. Chad Oddie gets his first basket.
Momentum, the big M.
38-27, biggest lead of the ball game for Marion Local.
Crestview need a score. They need a score right now. Get it inside to their big fella.
I think that's what Ray would say, but maybe from outside. That's good.
A 3 will help.
Yeah, thank you. First one by Scott DeLong.
Coach Best will take that. A 3 or an inside play to Lichtensteiger.
Pressure put on by Convoy Crestview. Flyers have played well and responded since Kevin Carmen has been out of the basketball game. They've opened up the bigger lead. Kramer with the dribble drive. Looking for a shot. Hey, got it.
And a steady move there. Nice, patient play. And I talked about both teams defensively got it done in the semifinal game. And in this game, the last 6 minutes, Marion Local, no turnovers. They're taking care of the basketball.
Need some outside shots or perhaps something inside. DeLong hit the 3 the last time down for Crestview. They'll look for him again. He's at the foul line. Bounce pass inside. Whoa, it takes a lot to knock down the big tall timber. And Lichtensteiger will go to the free throw line after the foul.
There's no I in team. It's called team basketball. Scott DeLong getting the ball at the top of the key and a nice bounce pass. And the reason why you throw the bounce pass, because it's not as easy for the defensive team to kind of deflect that ball away, but a nice pass down play to Lichtensteiger.
The personal foul goes on Walters, his second.
Still within striking range. They're just down by 9, and they just can't get rattled.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, they're not afraid to take the ball inside, and they're not afraid to defend a guy like Kory Lichtensteiger. And Walters was mixing it up with him in there, misses, and that's a good foul, honestly. He's only your second. He gets 1 out of 2 at the free throw line. It's a 9-point ball game with under 2 to play third quarter.
You save your team a point.
Kramer with a nice dribble. Outside shot off the window. Where has been the intermediate jumper? That time's a good one.
I love the play of Kramer. He initiated that nice penetrating move in the middle of the lane. He kicks it out for his teammate to score it off the glass. And Kramer's made some really nice plays here for his team.
And I believe the official whistle, he thought that Crestview was trying to call timeout. And there is no timeout, so they'll just get the basketball.
They make it tough on the officials when these teams, they have these plays that mimic a timeout call. So, do you want a timeout or do you want to call a play? So applaud the officials. Nice job.
Adam Kramer checks out of the ballgame, and I'll tell you what, he made a couple of nice plays. They'll never show up in the scorebook, but you can see it on tape. Great defense by Marion.
Anticipation, Tim. They just knew where the ball was going to go.
Schwederman with the steal. Garman put it on the rim and the window, missed it. 10th turnover charged against Crestview.
They haven't had too many in the second half.
Travis Owens looking for a cutter.
And look at the defense. They got a foul there, but the pressure on every pass. Every player that has the basketball, they're all over the place. I can see what Coach Best talked about. It appears they have 6 or 7 guys out there.
15th foul on Marion Local. Prenger's third. Under a minute, third quarter. Tried to go inside, another foul.
You know, Coach Westford talked about with their defense, the emphasis. Offense is like icing on the cake. Anything they get in transition and off turnovers is great. But as we heard from his comments, it's all about defense, and you can clearly see why this team has won 23 games this year.
Change in the lineup as Kramer checks back in, and Chad Oddie checks out. Quarterback of the football team who won the state championship 2 years ago.
Well, you can tell that. Just good leadership.
Great throw and a easy stick by Purmort.
Well, the key with that, Tim, is he didn't bring the ball down. Because you bring it down, you allow the defense to react. A nice catch and shoot there.
Pranger penetrates out to Garman. The 3 is off the iron. Rebound, it's on the floor, out of bounds to Crestview. The Knights will get it.
And that's one thing about these football players. They're not afraid to get on the ground and go for loose balls. And I really like Chad Oddie. Long-range jump shot there by Marion Local. Now watch all the guys on the floor. They want the basketball. This is a championship game.
Trophy game right here in the Division 4.
There's no tomorrow. You got to get down there and get after it.
30 seconds to go in the quarter. I would assume it's a one-shot possession here. Travis Owens, and now they'll start counting. Pressure put on by Walters. 14 seconds left.
Give their team a big lift if they can convert here as the time is winding down here in the third quarter.
Now Owens just launches it, missed it. Foul on the rebound. Lichtensteiger will go to the free throw line. Jay Schwederman with the personal foul. Boy, that was just a launch.
You talked about the footwork of this guy, Lichtensteiger. I mean, he's just not there planted. I mean, he's moving around. And I think while the other 9 players on the floor was watching whether that ball was going to hit the rim or not, Lichtensteiger kind of anticipated that it was going to be an air ball, was able to come up with that rebound.
Crestview has been limited to just 7 points in this quarter with 2.1 seconds left. Lichtensteiger now with 13 points to lead the way for Crestview.
Well, the way this tournament is formatted, both of these teams playing on Thursday, they've had a chance in between games to kind of work on things that they want to accomplish. And I think in this case, it helps both teams because both coaches, when you look at Westrick, his emphasis is on defense. Best coming in knowing that he had to take care of the basketball, so you can see both strategies working against each other.
Schindeldecker checks in for Travis Owens. The shot no good. The rebound DeLong, and it's out of there with the last shot of the third quarter. Boy, what a block. And that is the end of 3 quarters of play in the Division IV championship game. It's March Mania right here at Value City Arena in Columbus. Back for the final quarter in a moment.
In Ohio, there is 1 hour of news that makes a difference. 1 hour of news that gives you more. ONN's Primetime Ohio at 10 o'clock is the one newscast that goes beyond headlines and sound bites to deliver local news that means something to your life. Primetime Ohio at 10 o'clock brings you thoughtful stories, in-depth reports, and your local weather forecast every 10 minutes. One newscast from Ohio's one 24-hour cable news channel. Primetime Ohio at 10 o'clock on ONN. All Ohio, all the time.
The Ohio High School Athletic Association Basketball Championships are brought to you by Grange Insurance, the Ohio Education Association, and by Columbus State Community College. 1 quarter to go, Ronnie Stokes.
Well, the way that Marion Local has finished quarters, I think, is even that imperative that Crestview comes out and starts off very well here to start this 4th quarter. They need to dig into this 8-point lead because Marion Local has really finished these quarters in this game today.
42-34 to start this 4th. Marion Local attempting to win the state championship like the girls did last week here at Value City Arena.
How sweet that would be.
That has happened only 2 other times, and it happened last year. Delphos St. John won both boys and girls in the smaller school division. So here we go. No turnovers in the last 11 minutes for Marion Local, playing defense at this point. Purmort. Shadani back in the ball game, and Schindeldecker will take the 3. Got it.
Good looking shot. That's from long range too. He sides it up nicely.
Andy Schindeldecker with a big basket for Crestview.
It's all about balance, guys. Different players stepping up.
Wow, what a lane, what a dribble drive. Took it right down the lane. And a big play by Nick Prenger.
It's not going to be denied.
And we get the basketball. Ron, palm that ball.
Still have good hands.
Yes, you do. What did I do? Duck under the table?
I have you back.
Okay, thank you. It's right there. It'll be Crestview basketball. Purmort will be the inbounder, and we will get a sub.
Well, again, the good start by Crestview. They start out with a 3-point shot, so they need to get another nice contribution here offensively.
Schindeldecker took a seat, and Crestview's got Horsbond back in the ball game. Owens attacking the matchup zone. Horsbond on the wing. Purmort got it blocked by Garman. Boy, that was all ball by Kevin Garman.
Oh, nice.
I like that play. Prenger to Walters with a really good throw. 19 for Walters.
It's one thing to make the play, the pass, but the nice catch and finish by Prenger's teammate.
46-37. Marion Local responded to that quick 3 by Crestview with a couple of their own. Horsbond looks inside. Well, they really want to get the ball inside, but Marion Local is covered up. Horsbond with the dribble drive, puts the shoulder in and traveled. Lowered the shoulder. Sometimes they'll call the offensive foul. A lot of times in college, when you drop the shoulder, Ronnie, they're going to get that call.
Yeah, he moved that left foot. Good a call by the official. I thought it was contact before the travel, but he did move that left pivot foot.
Garman brings it up against the pressure. 6 minutes to go in the basketball game. Division IV title on the line. Prenger will elevate, got his shot blocked, and a foul called as Purmort comes up with a rebound.
Well, I like what Lichtensteiger did there. Didn't initiate a lot of contact. He just stood there firm, held his hand up, and got a deflection on the shot. Look at there, a good play. And then the hustle play there by Purmort. Marion Local coming over the back.
Third foul on Bolenbacher.
I think Coach Best got that message across to his team about the importance of starting this fourth quarter.
Got to make free throws though, and Purmort comes up with it empty. 1-on-1 opportunity. Quickly into the front court. Prenger tried to get the ball inside. Orsman throws it away, or knocks it away. Crestview, they want a quick shot. They get it from DeLong. Corner, missed it. And the strong hands of Marion Local comes up with the basketball. Mick Bolenbacher just simply took it away, and that's a big play.
Well, he had the long-range shot. It was Purmort. And then I think Owens is just going to come over and try to make something happen quickly. There's the long-range shot. Air ball.
I like the strength of Marion Local. He just wrestled it away. Bolenbacher is a strong player. Marion Local's Garman taking it and off the window with a nice drive. 10 for him, Kevin Garman.
Silky smooth with that left-hand move.
Marion Local is just pulling away. 48-37 at this point. Ball is knocked away from Crestview, and touching it last is Travis Owens.
Much needed timeout here by Crestview. Coach Best. Things kind of getting out of control here.
A 6-0 run by Marion Local. 5:22 to go before trophy time in Columbus.
And we are live at Value City Arena with the Division IV state championship game. Marion Local, one of the small schools in today's game, and that means a lot of these kids are playing two sports. All but two are playing football. This is football coach Tim Goodwin, and you are a state championship football team too.
Yeah, we've had a great run of athletes, and we're seeing them right out here today. They're a great bunch of kids.
And they're doing a great job today, aren't they, Tim?
Yeah, well, they're just fantastic people, and one thing, they'll never get flustered. You know, we're ahead by 11 right now, but if we were down by 11, it wouldn't matter. You know, they're going to do what they need to do.
Okay, Tim Goodwin, head football coach at Marion Local, state champion Marion Local. Have a seat, and hopefully Marion Local can come away with this state championship in basketball today. Let's go back to Tim and Ronnie at the table.
They've had a great run, and Kramer missed it. The rebound still in the Flyers' hands, and it's off the iron, no good. They get it on the glass again. Bolenbacher just kept fighting and fighting and finally drew a foul.
Second chance points. First, second, third opportunity there by Marion Local, just determined to make something out of this possession, fighting for the basketball. There's one shot and there's a foul. I tell you, active legs here going for that rebound.
Had it on the glass 3 different times and finally gets himself a couple of free throws. 4 points today for Mick Bolenbacher.
Doing a pretty good job on the offensive glass too, helping his team. That's the third one of the game.
Third foul on Orsman, and 2 free throws, giving 5 points for Mick Bolenbacher. 50-37, Marion Local. They tried the ball in this middle again, and it is knocked away. Kramer comes up with it, but Crestview comes back with the basketball, so they'll throw it cross court. Strong last 5 possessions by Marion Local. Losing it in the middle is the big fella, and Lichtensteiger turns it over. Flyers will control in the offensive court.
So when you look at that last graphic there, not having success with their possessions, you have to give Marion Local a lot of that credit too. It's not just about Crestview not executing. Marion Local has a lot to do with that.
Walters and Kramer has it. That's Garman on a wing. And now Crestview comes up, and a foul called on DeLong. Scott DeLong with his third personal foul.
And very rarely do you get away with that wraparound steal, especially right there on the floor. He did get a lot of hand there.
1-and-1 now as Kramer will step to the free throw line. 17th foul against Crestview. Jeremy Besta really bringing this club along. miss on the free throw. So from a strategy standpoint, that's a big play. Reversing it inside. Lichtensteiger gets him in the air, missed the shot, tipped up. Lichtensteiger again, count it, foul, and he will go to the free throw line.
Well, Crestview comes to the other end and gives Marion Local a little bit of their own medicine. They were not denied on that play. There's a tip from behind by 2 Crestview players. In fact, I'm looking at Horsbond. I think he got away with a pull down, as you can see right here as he gets the tip. There is one Marion Local player going to the floor, but Lichtensteiger there to finish up the play. There's a strength. 300 pounds. You're not going to stop that.
WWE in his future. 15, make it 16 points for Luke. Adam Kramer picked up that foul. That was his 3rd, by the way. 50-40, a little bit of a comeback. It was a 13-point lead. Now it's a 10-point lead. Crestview really working hard on the defensive end, moving their feet. There's Kevin Garman with the shot, no good. Walters with the rebound. Oh, check that. That's Mick Mollenbacher. He has 7. Big stick back.
The weak side damage there, coming on the weak side to get that offensive rebound and put back.
12-point lead. They lead by a dozen. Horsman looked like he might have got away with a hook. That was some tough defense.
That was Adi there trying to battle with him, I believe. Look, you can hear the crowd wanting an offensive foul.
Most of the time they will take that and they will call that foul, especially if you get that left hand out there and you start to put them on the ground. 3 minutes to go. Matchup zone has been played most of the game by the Flyers. There's the pass inside. Good play. Purmort back on the scoreboard. He has 9.
You see, that's something that Owens going to have to continue to do, trying to find the spots in that Marion Local matchup defense.
They get it in the middle. Garman baseline. Count it. Foul. To the line, Garman.
Well, that's what you got to do whenever a team is extending their defense the way Crestview is trying to do right now in this game. You have to continue to attack, and that's what Marion Local did. Here's a play. You don't stop. You don't be tentative. You take it right to the rack with the finish. Good passing. 3 different players touching the ball on that possession there.
Gotta love it. 4th foul on Orsman. He will leave. Kevin Garman at the free throw line. That's an excellent 3-point play opportunity, and it's the old-fashioned way they make it happen. Owens needs to get it across the timeline, and they can't do it. Chad Adi gives it right back.
I can't make that pass against Marion Local. You need to just lobbing that across court. That's going to be stolen every time.
Schwederman with a basketball, almost lost it, and Flyers trying to take some time off the clock, and Crestview will foul.
Getting a little scattery right now, both teams. Pressure by Crestview all over the basketball.
Crestview shooting it with 44%, but they have 4 less field goals than Marion Local. And a timeout. Crestview calling timeout. 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go in the basketball game. 55-42. Marion Local trying to attempt the championship that the girls won last week. But Crestview, I'm impressed by the fact that they continue to fight. They're moving their feet. They know what they're doing defensively, Ronnie, and they're going to have to keep the pressure on and see if they can make some shots offensively.
Well, teams that get here to the championship, they don't know anything about quitting. This is a team that continue. Coach Best comes in. This is his first year. They have 32 straight wins in their conference. They finished first place, obviously, but this is a team that lost 4 starters from last year, and they've just kind of battled. And I'm sure if you ask Coach Best at the beginning of the year, would you be in the state championship game? Probably not, but they've been overachievers the entire year, and I don't expect for them to quit. They're going to continue to try to fight. Down 13 now. They're going to have to come up with something monumental here to try to get themselves back into this game.
Marion Local shared the Midwest Athletic Conference title with Delphos St. John and Coldwater this year. As Prenger puts it in, he'll get 1 more. He has 8 points.
A lot of tradition and pride in this Crestview school.
Second one no good. Crestview now has their work cut out for them, down by 14. That is the biggest lead of the basketball game. Marion Local taking control with good shooting here in this fourth quarter. Owens from long range, missed it. Garman controlled that rebound with 2 hands.
Yeah, both teams are right around 50%, but Marion Local and Crestview can ill afford to trade baskets with Marion Local at this point.
Here's this game. Center Hummer drive to the hoop, and it came just a moment ago on the dribble drive by Garman from baseline. That's this game's Central Hummer drive to the hoop.
Yeah, I like that left hand play by Kevin Garman. Just silky smooth. I mean, he's done that time and time again here today.
Travis Owens checking out of the basketball game. Owens with 6 points. Good shot. That's Chad Oddie. His first free throw of the basketball game with 5.
He's a quarterback on the football team.
And count both of them, good form. 6 for Oddie. He had 11 in the semis. Marion Local making a token pressure, trying to get Crestview to eat some clock up. DeLong goes to the right side. Purmort foul line. Got it. Took 2 hops and put it in. Timeout. Timeout by Crestview.
Yeah, last-ditch effort here by Crestview. Coach Best calling a timeout to try to tell his team what they need to do to try to get themselves back in. Small margin of error, down by 14, minute 36 to go. They're going to have to go after every pass and try to get steals and conversions.
How ironic that this is the championship game with Crestview and Marion Local battling, and before the season started, these two teams scrimmaged each other, and that was very early on in the preseason. There's high school championship basketball all day long on the Ohio News Network. Stay tuned for the Division III final. It's all coming up today at 2 o'clock, and it's only on ONN.
Well, Coach Best talked about that. He didn't have a particularly good scrimmage against Marion Local, but he felt that his team really learned from that and battled, and then that's why they're here today. But Marion Local really doing what they did in the semifinal game, getting points off turnovers. They're getting contribution off the bench.
This Grange Insurance most valuable player is Craig Walters from Marion Local. Grange Insurance proud to make a $500 donation in the name of Craig Walters to Marion Local High School's General Scholarship Fund. 19 points today, and he had a huge game.
Very deserving.
Foul in the backcourt. And Marion Local will send Jay Schwieterman to the free throw line.
I'm sure that's part of the strategy by Coach Best. They're going to have to go for steals and try to put the worst free throw shooter on the line.
So Greg Walters, 5 of 9 from the field. He's made all of his free throws but 1, plus 5 rebounds, and he owned the baseline. That was his favorite play. I'm sure if you talk to him, say, yeah, I knew where the rim was from the baseline.
Schwieterman coming up a little short on that last free throw.
Maine's 58-44. Crestview's got to score in a hurry.
They're taking too much time.
Horseman gets it blocked. They get it right back. Ball knocked away and then picked up. Here's Oddie, all by himself. Finishes.
Defense. All-out pressure. Starts with the block, then the steal. Quickly up the floor, and then the two-point basket.
60-44. Flyers have broken it open in the fourth quarter. Need a hoop and still cannot get a hoop. 49 seconds to go. Foul called. Schindeldecker had it on the rim, but he just could not get it to go in the hoop. And the Flyers now are very pumped. And Luke Lichtensteiger picks up the personal foul.
Well, you heard from the football coach. This team has a lot of pride on, and they never give up. They have 5 seniors on this team, and really came into this game focused, and they knew what they needed to do defensively. And that's one of the reasons why they have this lead right now. But it doesn't stop. It's all-out pressure the entire game.
19 turnovers in the basketball game for Crestview, and Maria Stein, Marion Local, comes up with 23 points on them. And now Marion Local will clear the bench. and so will Crestview. More than anything else, I think the 7 steals and Marion Local's tenacity on defense is the difference.
Well, when you have that type of defensive pressure, it will disrupt the opposing team's offensive flow, and that's what happened to Crestview. Too many times they found themselves taking bad shots, getting turnovers, and then what Marion Local did, they turned those turnovers into points.
Chad Otte, with a big smile after the free throws, he comes out of the basketball game. Schindel Decker will run the offense, and now the second unit in there for Marion Local for the last 40 seconds. Ball knocked away and picked
Another
off.
turnover.
Another turnover. My goodness. Crestview really had this game right there in the second quarter, but this second half has been the difference. And Craig Mulder will go to the free throw line for Marion Local. Foul called on Luke. That's Luke Lichtensteiger. And Kory, of course, has been out with 16 points.
I thought the key to the game was the ending of the second quarter. Crestview had a 2-point lead at one point in the second quarter, but Marion Local outscored them 9-2 to finish that second quarter, and then they really never looked back after that.
Another change in the lineup as Wes Everman comes in for Marion Local. Checking out is Garrett Thobey.
Well, at this point, Coach Westrick is trying to get guys into this game to say that they were a part of a championship. They had a chance to get in there and put some points on the board.
Shot is good. 62-44. Marion Local with 18 seconds to go. 12 seconds. Celebration is about to begin. 5 seconds left. They have not been able to get the ball inside, but there they do. And that is the end of the basketball game. Netterman gets the hoop. Marion Local gets the trophy. Marion Local has won the Division IV state championship. They duplicate the girls' effort as they win their first state championship. It's a double hit. Dreva Fort Camp comes up with the girls' championship, and Keith Westrick comes up with the boys' championship, their first since 1975. 62-46 the final. Marion Local over Crestview. The trophy presentation when we return to Columbus in a moment. Big fourth quarter wins it for Marion Local, and Ronnie, it was the second half that really was the difference.
Well, I made the point. The second quarter, Crestview was up 16-14 with about 3 minutes to go in that second quarter. Marion Local goes on that outstanding run, 48-30 advantage to finish the game.
All right, let's go to Doug Lascelles courtside. Doug.
Thanks a lot, Tim and Ronnie, and we are joined by former Ohio State assistant basketball coach, Capital head coach Dave Sakuti. And Dave, obviously a lot of points by the winners in the fourth quarter, but a lot of that had to do with the turnovers. 20-6. That's an unbelievable stat.
You know, and in a championship game, Doug, to have 20 turnovers, but more importantly, it's points off turnovers. And Marion Local did a very good job of converting some of those turnovers, but on the other end, let's give them credit. To have 6 turnovers in a game of this magnitude is very impressive. But a good win, a lot of seniors on this Marion Local team. That's the nice thing. They get a chance to really enjoy that. For Crestview, they got some young juniors and sophomores. You're going to have a chance to get back here, and that'll be very impressive to see if they can do that next year.
And how about the double by the Marion Local Flyers? Last week on ONN, you saw the girls win the state championship. 2 years ago, the football team won the state championship. We found out today the cheerleaders won the state championship. The girls volleyball team went to the state finals, and here the boys win the state finals. They can play some sports out there in Maria Stein.
Absolutely, and overall, just a great athletic program. And you could just tell when that buzzer went off, these fans here knew that that was part of the mix here. They wanted to make sure they got this double, and they got it done today.
The runners-up, the Convoy Crestview Knights, obviously receiving their runner-up medals and trophies. And Dave, a great season by Convoy Crestview. They wrap it up at 23-4. Big cheer for their head coach.
You know, and from a coaching standpoint, you always wonder what goes through their mind during the course of a game, win or lose. You know, the winning coach is thinking, hey, I got to try to do this again next year. But more importantly, if you're on the losing side, you're going to try to get to your kids afterwards and try to figure out, enjoy the moment, but let's get through next year too.
Assistant Commissioner Hank Zaborniak with the awarding of the runner-up trophy.
This was the largest crowd ever. to watch a Division IV championship game. No one can be more proud of their young men than the people in those stands right there. They appreciate all you've done. You're a great team. You had a great season. You played like champions in a great championship game. It is a pleasure to provide to you the Division IV State Runner-Up Trophy.
And the Convoy Crestview Knights with quite a cheering section. They traveled well from Convoy. And now it is the awarding of the medals and the first place trophies to your Division IV state champions, the Marion Local Flyers.
Number 3.
Number 5, Kramer, one of the guys who came up with some big threes, Dave, in the second half. Really got Marion Local off and running in the third quarter.
Number 22, Doug, in the first half, it was more of trying to feel each other out. But I think as you saw in the second half, especially in the third quarter, I think Marion Local really stepped it up and played their game. They got the shots that they needed. They avoided the costly turnovers, and they took good shots. But both teams played well, but I think Marion Local had a better comfort level there in the second half.
Number 35,
the Marion Local Flyers receiving their state championship medals. In just a few moments, they will hoist the trophy. Marion Local winning the girls and boys state championships in basketball back-to-back here at the Schottenstein Center.
Greg Moeller.
You know, when you receive an award like this, Doug, the moment goes so fast for these young kids, and now they're going to have an opportunity once they get home and they get a chance to celebrate back in Marion. They'll have a chance to really appreciate what they just did.
And they are saving the best for last. Obviously, it was Craig Walters and Kevin Garman, the leading scorers in this game. And here come the starters who did such a great job. Chad Oddie, one of the big contributors on Marion Local's state championship football team 2 years ago.
Number 20, Jay Schwederman.
And a nice round of applause for the Marion Local Flyers, your 2003 boys high school basketball state champions. Here comes Craig Walters, a game-high 19 points in this one. He'll be followed by Kevin Garman, the senior, with 13 points. And once again, Ohio High School Athletic Association Assistant Commissioner Hank Zaborniak.
Tyler Toby.
After they introduce the managers, will be awarding the state championship trophy.
You know, two key stats, I think, in this game. One was Marion Local really did not shoot the ball well from the outside, percentage-wise. And I think second of all, if I'm not mistaken, I think they got out-rebounded in this game. For them to pull away a victory here means they did some of the other things very, very well. And I think free throw shooting was crucial, as well as just playing good, sound, fundamental basketball.
And as you mentioned, that turnover ratio, unbelievable. Marion Local forcing Convoy Crestview into 20 turnovers while turning the ball over themselves in just 6 times. That is just unbelievable. And here comes your head coach.
Coach Westrick did a great job this year. You know, it's always tough, and you have to be a little lucky sometimes, but I think he pulled this group together, and I think having the seniors, I think, was critical.
And here's Hank Zaborniak, the assistant commissioner, with the awarding of the trophy.
Face your crowd. Coach Westrick. Now, there's a rumor going around down here that the Town Tavern restaurant couldn't have a fish fry last night because nobody was left at home. Three times in OHSA history, a high school has had girls and boys basketball champions. You're one. What more can you say than you are champions, Division IV, OHSAA, the finest Division IV team in Ohio. On behalf of the Commissioner and the Board of Control, step forward and take your championship trophy.
And there you have your Division IV state champions, the Marion Local Flyers, 62-46 over Convoy Crestview. Now posing for the team photo, Doug Lascelles back at the Schottenstein Center along with former Ohio State assistant coach Dave Sakuti. And Dave, as you mentioned, statistically, you were indeed right. The winners out-rebounded in this game 32-28.
But again, Doug, I think the comfort level for Marion Local was just a little bit better. They did some of the little things that are going to help them win championship games. Good passing, trying to get the ball inside. And unfortunately, for Crestview sometimes, things always don't work out. But I think they played well enough. They just couldn't get over the hump.
As you mentioned, about 2 minutes left to go in the first half. It was tied at 16. These two teams combined to go 1 for 16 from three-point range in the first half. So at that point, Marion Local says we're going to pound the ball inside. They get 2 3-point plays. Kevin Garman goes in, gets the hoop and the hack. Another one right before the buzzer. They go up by 5 at the half. And as you mentioned, in the third and fourth quarters, it was all Marion Local.
Yeah, and that's a credit to the coaching staff because they realize in a facility like this sometimes shooting is not always going to be your strength. Getting closer to the basket, getting easier shots, I think, is always important in games like this, especially as you get down the stretch. So let's give credit where credit's due. But more importantly, I think the turnover ratio was a big factor in this ball game.
That behind us is a photo that these kids will have embedded in their memories for a lifetime. The 2003 state champions. By the way, you see the girls basketball team filing in now as well. Once again, the Marion Local Flyers, the third school in Ohio high school basketball history to win the boys and girls state championships in the same year. Wow. Dave Sakuti, I've been covering a lot of high school basketball state championship games here at the Schottenstein Center and Larkins Hall before that, and it never gets old. I get goosebumps, and I'm not even involved. Let's join Erica Robbins with the winning head coach.
Thanks so much, Doug. I do have Keith Westrick. Is there room in the trophy case for your trophy? I'm sure they'll make some.
There's no doubt. We'll find one or we'll build a new one, whatever we have to do. Put the girls and boys right side by side. What a year. What a year. It's great. I think these guys right here from summer camp on just kept surprising me. Had a lot of people come up to me down at UC at our team camp, and they just kept, the coaches kept asking about how they can get to play that intense, how they play that way, play defense all the time, and they just got stepped up each and every game. Whenever they had to, they stepped up and they did it. I got all the credit in the world to my seniors, because especially my guards, they stay in people's face. A lot of people say, if I had to play against your guards, I think I'd just take a swing at them because they are tenacious. So.
They were tenacious today. 5 starting seniors that you're going to lose, but you hope to be back here next year, I'm sure, too.
I told the juniors, I said, don't forget what this place looks like, because I think we can be a very good team next year. I mean, that's a far-reaching goal, but if you do it the way this year team did, 1 year at a time, 1 game at a time, looking at the MAC first and then going on, you never know what might happen. If you keep your work ethic and you keep your attitude in the right place, you never know what can happen.
We'll let you enjoy the moment, Coach. Go cut those nets down with your kids.
Thank you.
Head Coach Keith Westrick. Let's go back to Doug Lascelles. Doug?
All right, thank you very much, Erica, and the winning head coach. And to the victors go the spoils, the ceremonial cutting down of the net. Dave, as a former coach, you've seen it, you've experienced it. 2 Big Ten championships at Ohio State. This is a thrill for these kids.
Well, you work so hard. You go back and you look at November of last year, how hard they wanted to get to this point, and you go for 2.5, 3 months, and it comes down to this final moment here, and these young men are climbing the ladder to cut down the net, especially for the seniors, Doug. These are guys that are going to experience this maybe never again in their life. So they're going to enjoy this experience here and give them credit. They worked so hard, and that's what you got to think about when you got these young players. Congratulations to the Marion Local Flyers. Now let's go back courtside to Tim Bray and Ronnie Stokes.
All right, thank you very much, guys. And 32 points from the inside-outside combination of Walters and Garman. That was the difference.
Well, that and the fact, I agree with Doug and Dave. I think the fact that they had 5 seniors played a major part, and 60 points off turnovers in 2 games in the state championship run, that's outstanding.
Yeah, 62-46 is the final, a championship trophy to Marion Local Maria Stein. outstanding opportunity. Well, we're going to say thanks to Bev and Tom here at the table, and to Ronnie Stokes as well. And we're going to get it on for Division II. Division III is coming up next too. We got and Division I tonight.
A lot of basketball to be played.
That is for sure. 39-28, the difference in the second half. Stein, Marion Local over Crestview, and they win it 62-46. The Division IV championship game was produced by Phil Paulin and directed by Chuck Jackson. Join Marty Bannister and Jay Burson for the Division III championship game at 2 o'clock right after Ohio Today. It's March Mania, where dreams become championships all day long on the Ohio News Network. For my partner Ron Stokes and our entire ONN crew, this is Tim Bray. Congratulations to Marion Local. We'll see you later this afternoon.